people didn't show up, but for the people who did show up, I think it went well. And, yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. Nancy, you have a question for Eric? Microphone, please.
If I may, I attended and took part with a table at that bike rodeo, and I have to tell you guys what a great job you did. Handing out free bike helmets was unbelievable. There were so many participants, and while you didn't have great attendance, everybody just couldn't stop talking about it. So thank you for allowing Public Safety Department to take part. I just like it. I'm done.
That was a tough act to follow, Nancy.
I'll call you, Jim. I'll call you.
Okay, thank you. I left my cell phone in the car. I'm sorry. My name is Jim Hamilton, and I'm filling in for the chairman of the Town of Miami Lakes Sports Hall of Fame. We're happy to announce that we believe, and we're going to present this to the chamber in July, that we've set the date of December 4th for our next induction ceremony. We'll be inducting 4 Miami Lakes residents into the Sports Hall of Fame. Unfortunately, 2 of them are deceased. They passed away in 2020, but that happened. So we will be happy to induct them. And again, this will be our 4th class in the Sports Hall of Fame. Normally we have the ceremony in June, but because of the situation, that's why we moved it to December. It's important that we get it done this year because then we need to get on with the next class, which will be June of 2022. That's all I have.
Thank you, Jim. Rudy?
All right. My name is Rudy Laredo. I'm the chair of the Neighborhood Improvement Committee. So we haven't been much active, as I'm sure the majority of you guys know. We're not really a big event type of committee, but there has been a couple of stuff that starting the wrapping of those transformers. That was a 2-year task, FYI. For those of you that don't know, it took us 2 years to get those 4 or 5 electrical transformers wrapped. I thought they were great. And hopefully moving forward, we can get some additional funding to carry on throughout the town and continue on wrapping. We are working on getting additional dock stations throughout the, I would say, closer to the perimeters of the park. Since I'm aware, if I was told that there is no animals, no pets, let me take that back, no pets in the parks. So what happens, a lot of people are just walking them, around the boundaries of the parks and just basically doing their stuff and they're not picking up. So then you come, running, walking, and all of a sudden you run against this item on the floor. Just call it that. So we're working on adding additional pet stations. The other one is sustainability. We're working right before the pandemic hit and see how we can get more charging stations out in the parking lots of these businesses, which of course in return will improve the economy, because now more individuals that are more into the whole electrical and more green approach will be like, oh wow, Miami Lakes has this approaches and has this available for us, so let's look more into that. The other one is Glow Bike Trail. So if you're not aware, we're doing this Glow Bike Trail. It's on 170th, William? Yes, 170th? Okay, just want to make sure. 87th to 89th. And we're definitely looking forward to this because this is a very dead area, back there. And basically you're going to be able to, it's going to glow at nighttime. So you're going to be able to walk and ride your bicycle around that area. Hopefully, fingers crossed, it's a grand slam for us. And we can continue going from, where did it end? 82nd? 87th, and then we can take it all the way down to 82nd. right? Because that's a very, very lengthy, right across, parallel with the canal. So we're looking forward to that. Our community bike rides that we unfortunately have not been able to have, but we're going to take off with that in the upcoming meetings. We're going to talk about, different topics that we want to discuss. Blasting, the gentleman was nice enough to show up to one of our meetings. And, well, we weren't able to commit to a bike ride as soon as, the blasting committee would have, or we would have wanted to have one or have us participate. Unfortunately, we couldn't, but we're going to be targeting many items that the town is in need, including what we just talked about, those items with the special needs and registering. So we want to make sure we promote all the committees and everything that we have, including to mobility. That's one of our main reasons for having these bike rides and the bikes, the bike paths. I know that William, we talked about, there was about 3 different options, but that I know we haven't had an update as if we wanted the little cone things, the lights. Do we know anything about that? Over an 82nd, remember the bike paths that we were trying to make them, that we were trying to enclose
The
those,
bike trail
the
on
bike trails, right?
87th
On
Avenue?
87th, yes. Was
Our
that ever decided?
transportation manager is working on that. Mr. Manager?
Yeah, our transportation manager is working with Dade County because 87th Avenue, that stretch is one of the few roads in the town that are owned and managed and maintained by the county. So the county has, their initial feedback was, yes, they want to do it. Now, the last thing we were trying to decide is, would it be those delineators that are similar to like the express lanes on the expressway, or these other things that are called armadillos, which are a little lower profile, or there may be an opportunity to maybe do a combination of the two. So Mike Sayas Morales is working with Dade County, and it's with Dade County. So don't cut the ribbon just
No,
yet.
no, not yet, not yet. So I don't know if, whoever rides a bicycle here or not, but I'll tell you, it is not safe. And I personally have done it with my kids on the wagon on the back, from one side of town to another. So if we're promoting mobility and we're promoting for people to go out on their bicycles, we need to make it safety. We need to make it safe for our riders and our residents. So that's one thing that we're going to continue on promoting. And I think last but not least, where we're working with the safety committee in adding more signs. Is that correct, Nancy? That we donated additional funding so we can get more signs about, drive if your child lives here. $500 got you 4 signs? $500 got you 4 signs?
Yes, thank you. They're very expensive because you wanted us to have metal. So
Got
they're
it.
Very expensive. And have they come in yet, Brandon? Not yet. So
Wow.
they're on order.
I wasn't aware that decision was made.
Brandon will be able to remember better than this old lady as to what specific locations those signs are going to be, because I can't talk about it because I got a meeting tomorrow, so.
I got it. No worries, no worries. So basically, we're trying to collaborate with every committee possible out there and do everything we can to help and assist each other. It's the best way. A lot of times, people are like, oh, well, call your neighbor. Well, just call your other committees. There's like 15, 13. How many Claricel in total? Quite a few.
Quite a few.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 18 committees, guys. 18 committees, right? I think when you're in sales, the first thing they tell you is, when you want to go sell something, go sell it to your family and friends, right? Those are the closest people. That's when you get those text messages. Hey, by the way, remember me? Council Peter, Uncle Peter. So 18 committees. So why not knock on our doors if you need something, and let's try if we can help each other out before we even go out there, even to staff. Okay, so that's pretty much for me. Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
questions?
All right, Mario?
Thank you. Mario Panera, Education Advisory Board. We've been a little busy. We finally got to distribute some of the Satori allocated funds. to one of the schools, to Miami Lakes Middle. We presented a check for a fixture of their auditorium, so that was great news. We also the town just presented the Future Litter Scholarship, the Grams. Actually, one of the members lives in Miami Lakes, so that was also great news. So out of the two, one is a local town member, so that was great. We're also working with Bank United on getting the kindergarten college savings program up and going. That's pretty much ready to go. We're just waiting on the town to pretty much blast that off. No tension again. Other than that,
I think I'm going to charge royalties, so you know this.
Other than that, we're still working with the other 6 schools on the Remendi funds that we have available from the Satori allocated. So that's pretty much it. Any questions?
So actually, it's not a question. It's more like a congratulation, Chairman Pineda. Just so those of you that may or may not know, there was some funding that has been sitting there for the longest time. And of course, it's not just because it's sitting there, that doesn't mean that we have to put it to use, right? There's not a valid and a good use, then you shouldn't. But I do want to commend you on the job that you and your team has done on finally getting funding to the schools that need it. Because what good funding is there if you don't put it to use. So thank you so much for that, for your initiative on that, your push, your drive, any assistance that you could have had, I'm sure from staffing, because it was time for that to happen, and I'm sure the schools were thrilled to have that funding. So congratulations on that, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Moving on to the agenda items, committee rules, regulations, and procedures. The council adopted the newly revised committee rules in, I believe it was February, Lorenzo. Does anyone have any questions regarding the document? I'm sure all of you have seen it and reviewed it and memorized it.
Nancy, did you have something you wanted to address on this item? Your item that you wanted to make a motion earlier?
Microphone, please.
No, Mr. Peterman. It's
I-
a different subject. It's on a different category.
Yeah, and Lorenzo, since you're here, Nancy mentioned that she would like the council to consider amending section 10 and adding a clause there to allow for first responders to waive the committee, the attendance in case they do need to report to an emergency. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you. And that is for all committee members, not just my public safety committee members who are police officers and firefighters. I'm sure there's first responders on several other committees, and I want this to be important for them, that we can waive the attendance for as long as is necessary when they can't make a meeting.
Nancy, first, I want to thank you because you called me earlier, and by calling me earlier, I had a chance just to look at it and think about your question a little bit more. And I think it's a wonderful thing to think about. So when we're looking at the attendance rule, we have to understand that really what's not allowed is unexcused absence. So if you have 3 unexcused absences, you're automatically out. Obviously, there's room for exceptions, and those exceptions are excused absences, where the person is either infirm or it's a first responder and they have to be at the scene, or something, death in the family, something that would be considered an emergency, not, oops, I just woke up and I realized that I need to be at the meeting. That's not, I wouldn't consider that to be excusable, but something that's really you would consider as a chairperson that should be excused. So I think the rules already provide for it.
Thank you. And the only thing I would be seeing in the future being an issue would be whom decides on what's excusable. And I would like that to be someone other than the chairperson of that committee. Back on you.
I think that the most practical thing, Nancy, and Lorenzo, tell me if this is doable or not, would be the individual who has to miss a meeting for a legitimate reason, right? They would come at the next meeting, the next committee meeting, or, and then petition the entire committee to consider that to be considered an excused absence, spell out, what the details are, what the specifics are of why they had to miss. And then I think I agree, it shouldn't just be in the hands of one person. It should be petition the entire committee, and then the committee can make a decision on whether they agree that it's excused absence versus unexcused.
Okay, so I have to do this in the form of a motion?
I don't think
Correct,
that it's just a practical thing, and I believe that it could be added, I guess, the determination of who makes that call would be the entire committee.
In the committee rules that you've already.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad idea to add, and I like that idea. What the manager's suggesting is something that many cities do. They allow the whole body to really decide whether it's excusable or not, but it definitely, the onus is on the person who's missed the meeting to bring it up.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Can I ask a question? Right now, if somebody is going to be out, they're supposed to notify their liaison. So does the liaison bring it to the committee, or can they make the decision if it's okay or not? I mean, right now, if I'm out, I have to call Willie and let him know. And that's the rule, that's the rule here. So could they make the decision if it's legit or not? They're going to will they bring it back to the next committee meeting and present it to the committee, or do they present it to the chair? What's the line of how this works?
Nothing there, in determining whether it's excused or unexcused, nothing there is something that is time sensitive. In other words, it doesn't have to be that same night. And obviously the situation could exist. Somebody has a last minute emergency, so they don't even have time to notify the liaison. So I would think that the person misses for whatever reason. At the next meeting, the person who missed would then ask the entire committee to consider their absence. They could explain, look, this happened. I had to rush my nephew to the hospital because he twisted his ankle, whatever the situation is.
Okay.
That would then be detailed by the person who missed, and then the entire committee would have an opportunity at their next meeting to make that determination as to whether it's excused or unexcused.
All right, thank you.
Go ahead, Michael.
Thank you. I had looked at that same section 10, and we actually had the opposite problem where we had somebody that had missed, hadn't been since December, but because of COVID, we had extended the rules to allow them to come back in, and then they didn't come. They were notified by email. They still didn't come, and I said, hey, I'm going to take them off the list, but was told, hey, we have to do it through the town clerk so that they can send another email. And so in reading this, when I reviewed it, it said will automatically be removed after 3, in essence, unexcused absences, because there is a caveat. If you're excused, then you're exempt from that rule. So it would be 3 unexcused absences. They're taken off the committee. Now, as the chair, I just remove them from the rolls. But what's the other step that needs to be informed there?
Yes, so we need to make sure that you communicate that to your liaison. The liaison will notify the clerk's office. The clerk's office will notify the appointing council member that they have an opening. And then at that point, if we have any applications that are on file of other residents that want to partake in the committee, we share those with the council member that has that appointment.
But in other words, the actual removal is a very simple process. We do allow that they're contacted by town clerk through an email. And I think in this case, which I don't want to, this happened to me, but they said, oh yeah, I'm sorry, I meant to be there. And then they didn't come again. And so then now it's, 6-7 months and they haven't been there. I said, this is ridiculous. The rule says 3 absences, you're gone. So from my point of view, if 3 absences, we let somebody know if they have some outrageous, we had COVID, we were in the hospital, certainly. But if they make the notion, if they let it be known that they're going to return and then don't, do we have to repeat, go back through again the town clerk and say, are you really sure you're not going to show up? Or we just take them off?
everything has to, because everything we do is in the public domain, right? So anything, you as the chairperson, you see that they've missed X number of meetings, way past the number. You just notify through tell your liaison and say, hey, I'm going to take so-and-so off. They've missed all these meetings. Your liaison will be responsible for communicating that to the clerk. And then that's it. They're off.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
And then if I could, I know that was section 10, but in section 12, it speaks to the qualifications to be a member of the committee. And then it's specifically on item D says, or you be a resident or employed or own a business, or then it says be a non-town resident who has particular interest in the committee and brings a specific talent and or expertise to the committee. And so the question that I had there was when I called, because we had several nominees there was a couple that came from out of town. And so I asked the town clerk, okay, what's the vetting process to determine whether that person meets that bar that, they have to have some level of expertise that we don't have available in the town. And I used by way of example, with what we've got going on with Hialeah Gardens and the bridge, conceivably you could have somebody that enters the committee on the pretense of doing something and have an agenda. So really it's incumbent upon us as committee members to determine whether or not they do have a specific or a special talent that we don't have access to in the town. And so I asked the town clerk, who determines if that's feasible or whether or not they do possess that talent? And I said, well, it's not the town clerk. I said, well, who is it? And they said, well, it goes back to the elected official.
Yeah.
And then the elected official just looks at the nomination, but he's not really going through the bio that says, is this he or she? This is a person that really could benefit that committee because they don't know the work of the committee other than what we provide. So my intent was to suggest that perhaps it would be feasible to include the chairperson in that selection process. So if you send somebody to the committee and says, this person is, on the Veterans Committee, some veteran of immeasurable talent, and we find out, well, that's not really the case, that there'd actually be a block to say, do we really want to make this an open-ended committee that allows people from all parts of South Florida to participate? Or is it a member of, is it a committee for the town, by the town? And so if they don't possess those specific talents, then I think there should be some vetting process by where we can say, in my opinion, or in our opinion, I don't think they meet that requirement.
Yeah, I doubt that the council is going to abdicate that ability to make that final call. Some of them are going to be more inclined to do their due diligence, talk to the committees, talk to the people who are being nominated. Some of them are more liberal in the interpretation, but ultimately it's, even though they're called committee rules, they're the rules that are set and established and approved by the council. So similar to the council, they have their own rules, right? The council has rules with regard to how many items they could put forward for every council meeting, the timing that they have to have them in before a certain date. These are all rules that are their own rules for their own council meetings. And they have the latitude to waive them, to adjust them on the fly. And similar, the committee rules are rules that the council approves. And I know that there are some that do reach out to the committee, talk to them, talk to the people who are applying. They look at their background. Some of them are more liberal, but I'm sure that that's not going to change. Some of them will, and I'm sure that they are not going to give up that ability. Now, as the committee chair, if there's an opening, you could talk to the council member that has the opening, because they're all targeted, right? So-and-so is an appointee of this council member or the mayor. So you know who it is that's going to have the ability to make the appointment. You can reach out and be proactive and take that step in anticipation and talk to the council member that has the opening and say, look, we really want to consider somebody who has this or that or whatever qualities you think they should be looking for. And then you can put that bug in their ear, and then maybe that'll be the easiest way, because I don't think that they're going to give up the right and give the committee or the committee chair the ability to make the final call on whether somebody is or is not, doesn't meet the definition of what the qualification
Oh, yes, sir.
criteria is.
No, I didn't mean to be that presumptuous, but what I was suggesting was that perhaps if we had a form, because they have to send in a resume and a statement of intent, and if we just simply developed a form that allowed them to put in all that information and then allowed the chairperson to have a small section to make a comment, yes, this person is incredible. Oh my goodness, they bring, a level of expertise that we haven't seen. Or, to be honest, I think, what they're bringing to the table is something we already have. And not to presume that we're going to make the final decision, but at least provide some input so that the council members are making informed decisions rather than making a decision in a potential vacuum.
If I may, also, at the last meeting, I think Mr. Laredo had suggested the same similar comment as far as vetting who's coming in and who's not. I definitely agree with that. Understandable that the town council has to vote on this, but I think it should be presented to them for a vote. Some may disagree, but the majority voting would rule over it. We, as committees, we have an ROI. The investment for us is our time. And if we cannot be effective in the use of our time, then what are we doing? So if there's members that aren't on the same wavelength, if you will, of getting something done, then they're a hindrance to the committee. I think that needs to be addressed and curtailed if we can.
If I may, I know that I'm sorry.
No.
I know that one of the things we spoke at, I was at that meeting, was to also have that person that wants to join the committee actually come to one of the meetings so they can see what's going on, because we have had people say, oh, I didn't know it was like this, and they're already voted in, and then it turns out they missed once, twice, and we're like, okay, during that time, we could have had someone that was actually gonna help.
Or they didn't know the committee existed and they're in place.
Yeah, so we definitely, I think it's important to get the chairperson involved as well. I 100% agree with that, because we want someone that's gonna come in and add, not take away.
My 2 cents on that. You've got to be careful when you're putting things and comments and opinions on a application. Understand rule number 101 of committees is that we're a public body. So any of those comments that you put is public. It's a public record. You're creating a public record. So you want to be kind of careful as to, kind of giving yourself, as the expression goes, too much rope to hang yourself, and that might come back to bite you. I think a more practical approach might be, and Claire, correct me if I'm wrong, is that all those applications that have been submitted are public record. So definitely the clerk can provide you with that information and you can see who the applicants are. I think your idea has been suggested by other council members of having them come to a meeting prior to them joining. I think that would be practical because that gives you an opportunity as a chair to see who's coming and who the applicant is. And then in your own way, you can have a conversation with the council member who has openings and give your opinion if you feel that that's necessary at that time. But that's just my 2 cents. I'm not saying that it's a bad idea, Mr. Coates, at all, but I'm saying that it could lead to issues that, we want to avoid issues, not create them. So that's my 2 cents.
I agree with you, but when you conduct a meeting and you find somebody from the public sitting in the table, I'm sorry, the public is outside. Oh, I'm in the committee now. Who are you? That's what we're talking about.
I think.
Go ahead, Nancy. I'll wait after you.
I think.
Got 4 cents.
Really valuable what Lorenzo just said about comments and public record and that type of thing. And it's been a long time since I've seen an application for a committee. So perhaps, and if it's already in existence, then maybe we need a little more information, but perhaps on that application, the person says why they, or what their background is and why they would be good on that committee and what they bring to the table for that committee. If they're just getting on a committee, and you're all going to hate me for this one, for political purposes, I've said it.
Nah.
I'm sorry. I am sorry, but I have no filter. And so that being said, I think it's important for me to know who's coming on my committee and what they bring, especially if there's two people. And want to go for the one open seat. I think the chairperson should have a little bit of knowledge, maybe not so much say, but knowledge of what's coming up.
So Lorenzo, what you are saying and what you're suggesting is that we share those applications with the chair. And the chair can freely reach out to the council member that have openings and either suggest or, just provide a little input. So-and-so, I spoke to this applicant and I think they would be a really great fit for our committee. Please consider in appointing this specific person.
It's up to you as chairs to either be proactive about it, not be proactive about it. If you want to put something and send them an email, you do that. If you want to pick up the phone and give them a comment, you can do that too. There's no requirement necessarily that you have to put certain things pen to paper. Just, some thoughts.
So I'll have my 4 cents. No, I'm going to bring 4.
You don't get
And
more
this
than
is-
the attorney.
And one of my 4 cents is this point exactly. I just confirmed, and we're doing it again with these meetings, right? They're every 3 months, and there's another meeting that's going to start in about 30 minutes. Mr. Manager, with all due respect, I really urge you to change these meeting policies with these quarterly meetings. They're very important. I've expressed it before your time. I continue to express it during your time. We need time in this committee, in these chair meetings to be able to freely express ourselves without being timed. Okay? Now I feel pressed for time. So I don't feel that the point that I should be making out there after 3 months to waiting to sit on this to meet everybody and talk about everything that we have to talk about. There's another meeting starting. And Claricela, is that 30 minutes or less than 30 minutes? So what does that tell me, Rudy? Stop asking questions. Stop asking comments. Or stop telling people congratulations. That's not what we're here for. And then what are we here for? If it's not to discuss all these items and everybody express their opinion. So please, I really, really urge you that on our next quarterly meeting that this is done better. We need time. Maybe not 10 hours, but we need more than an hour and a half. Okay? That being said, I'll jump really quick. Mr. Michael, I don't want to pronounce your last name because I don't want to damage it and mispronouncing it. But this is an item that I've brought up many times. See, as you can see, there are other committee chairs that have been here before, and they said it. Oh, yeah, I remember Mr. Laredo brought that up. And let me tell you why it not that it's going anywhere. Let me take that back because I actually, fortunately, I've had, knock on wood, I haven't had any much of vacancies. Our committees are always very, we're fulfilling all our seats. And I do have to say that the 2 last seats that we have available, I've had councilmen reaching out to me personally and saying, hey, Mr. Rudy, just want to let you know that I'm sending over this individual. I went ahead and did the suggestion of have him show up at your meeting prior to you, having or appointing them so that way they see what you're all about and not having committee members like they did 2 or 3, and I love these individuals, made friendships with them, but 2 or 3 or 6 months later, they're like, wait a second. So you're basically, this sounds like an event committee? Because they thought that maybe we were code compliance and they thought that your dirty roof of the neighbor, we were going to be able to do something about it. And that was not really, that's not the intent, at least of our committee. So my challenge to everyone here, it's very simple. Let's pick up the phone. 1, know how many vacancies, right? We need to know our job. This is our job. We can't ask from council or staff to do their job if we're not doing ours. We need to know how many vacancies we have. Once we know how many vacancies, then get in contact. Who has these vacancies? Remember, it's not everybody. They all get to appoint 2 individuals, I believe. Is that correct, Mr. Peter?
Each committee has different numbers.
Oh,
They'll
different.
have-
Okay.
They'll have either 1, 2, or 3, depending on the size of the committee.
Okay. So my case is 2. find out those numbers because we want to be informed as well, right? You don't want to call them and say, oh, you sent me somebody. No. Find out. And then who has the vacancies? And then little by little, you knock on their door and say, hey, Mr. Councilman, I just want to let you know, you got one appointment for my committee. Please, when there's somebody that approaches, I like to know about it, right? Like somebody mentioned, I think Lorenzo did, reach out to the clerks. How many people are there? And then put up, it's okay, I've done it before, put up your application. Say, hey, look, I reviewed this 3. This one seems like a winner to me. Seems like it, right? I'm black and white. You don't know until they show up to a meeting and they don't show up 7 meetings after that. I've been there, done that. And you're like, wow, I thought this guy was going to be a superstar. And all of a sudden, just God forbid, something happens, they did not show up. So we do need to do our part, right? In making sure we know that information and just knock on the door of the councilmen and or councilwomen and say, hey, look, you have this vacancy, please let me know. And I just want to say thank you for the councilmen or councilwomen that have done it to me and they have given me that professional courtesy of at least reaching out to me and tell me they're going to send somebody over, my meeting. So that way I know, meet with them, like Mr. Peterman said, speak to them, see what they're all about, see what they're going to bring to the table. And now that it was just a complaint to a councilman, and they say, what are you complaining about? What do you call this? Animals in your back of your house? Oh, great. Why don't you go to the neighborhood improvement committee? They'll tell you how to get rid of those animals because they recently had, what was that gentleman's name that we had about the animals from the zoo? Ron McGill? Oh yeah, Ron McGill was just in the neighborhood improvement committee, but now we have a possum issue. Why don't we put him in the neighborhood improvement committee? He'll be a great committee. No, he won't. Because there's nothing I can do about the possum in the back of your house. So that's just my 2 cents on that.
Can I add one thing to that?
Go ahead, Dottie.
I've had one member that hasn't showed up in 7 months. I've reported it. I have had nothing sent to me of an opening, but he or she counts as a quorum when I have a meeting. And that hurts me because I got 21. So I have to have 11 people. If I didn't have him, I'd only have to have 10. So that is something I think that is,
But if he's missed 3 meetings, he's automatically out.
I've reported it to whoever handles it and they have not gotten back with me.
Okay, well, remove him from the list. That person is no longer on the committee
And I
automatically.
but I haven't been,
Yeah, he's automatically out.
well,
Question.
I've had no replacement,
And on that
Even if you
sense,
don't-
but now I
I'm
know
sorry
how to get
interrupt.
the replacement.
Even if you don't have a replacement,
It still counts.
it does not count against you.
Oh, it's not.
No.
Okay.
An empty
All
seat does
right.
not count against you.
All right, that's,
and I've done that in the past just so you can know exactly that, Michael. You don't need to. 3, I keep a roster. Mr. Williams, no. When they're 3rd, they're automatically, we take them out of the list. That's the clerk's job afterwards to confirm him, inform him. If he wants to come back and say why the reasons why he or she missed, but just take him off and move on. That's it.
Question. Does the council have a time limit on appointees? Do they have to appoint someone? It could be vacant for a whole year. It doesn't have a limit. All right. Thank you.
Yes.
Anything further on committee rules? And I think, Michael, your requirement for committee members to attend 2 meetings, I think we've addressed it, or?
Well, actually, if we can, before we get to that, just very quickly on section 19, officers and elections, there's no mention of a treasurer, although item 24, 22, and 24 highlights the importance of the chair providing a financial report to council twice a year. And so even though they're not going to be handling the money, it would perhaps, in my mind, I thought it would be a good idea because I have no idea what our budget is. I mean, I know we spend money, we go through our liaison, I get things back, money goes out, and it's going to lead me to another agenda item, but I thought it would really be important, and I don't know what the prohibition is on having a treasurer, although I don't see it anywhere in the committee rules that they're eligible for election. So by the fact that they're omitted, it almost seems that we're not allowed to have one. But is it something that we need to put in the committee rules to have a treasurer?
I mean, it's for reporting purposes only. I see no harm. Lorenzo?
I don't see that a harm either. It's not an official position, but if you want to delegate it in your particular committee, as a responsibility, yeah, I don't see an issue.
But in other words, can we have elections and would be actually a position that we assign, or is there some prohibition that does not allow us to do that?
Now, remember, when you guys meet as a committee, you guys can take a vote, nominate, and just designate one of your committee members to handle, quote unquote, the accounting or the budgeting aspects of your committee. And then, but ultimately, they'll be reporting to you, and you as chairperson will be handling that. If you want it to be more formal than that, you could recommend a bylaw change, or not a bylaw, but a committee rules change that then would be taken to the council. But I don't necessarily think that it's necessary. If you wanted to manage your committee that way, you brought it up for discussion and a motion was made to designate John Doe as the person who's going to handle the financial aspects of the committee and report back to the chairman so the chairperson can report to the council. I don't see any conflict in doing that, even though it's not an officially designated position on the committee.
Because it does appear that there's a fiscal responsibility that's held by the chairperson.
Yeah,
And so-
and that part probably won't change, but you could have somebody kind of handle the accounting of it behind the scenes, give you the information, and then you can report it to the council. But you, as a committee, I recommend that you guys as a committee, not just you handpick somebody. I believe that bringing the item up for discussion in your committee and then bring up and say, hey, I nominate John Doe that sits on our committee. I think that he'd be good to do it, he or she, and then have the committee vote on it. And that way, it's not you handpicking somebody. It'd be cleaner.
Yes, sir. Good recommendation. Thank you.
Just my last 2 cents or 1 cent on the
That's
committee.
a lot of money.
I got paid Friday. I'm good. on the committee rules, I do have to commend you, Mr. Peterman and Lorenzo Claricel and the rest of the team. The last change before this one, I wasn't very pleased. Right? The rules were just pretty much say here, they're updated and they're done. Thank you. Have a great day. This time around, you guys heard us. You took the time, the council did, and the members that showed up to put a great meeting, very open forum. Nothing less to say that I loved it. It was awesome. And I appreciate the time and effort that Lorenzo, your team put, Mr. Peterman, and your staff, because it really shows some kind of ownership, right? Because the council, you know, as great, as hard as they work, these rules, they don't have to abide by them. We do, right? So I'm thanking again every single one of who participated and allow us to be part of this process. And it was a genuinely very organic, you know, thing that you guys did. It wasn't like you did it to humor us. I felt it that it was, hey, we heard them. Let's give it this. You know, it's the best thing to do. So thank you so much for that.
All right. So, Michael, did we address the 2-meeting request?
Well, it did come up for discussion, and it was actually an agenda item because it wasn't included in the revised committee rules. And that was, I put it as an agenda item because I wanted to propose that we amend section 11 to read, any qualified member wishing to serve on a committee is obligated to attend 2 committee meetings in advance of submitting their name to the town clerk. And the reason would be for those reasons that we mentioned, which would ensure that they have an understanding of the purpose of the committee prior to being sworn in, and then they're stuck there. And the committee would also have the opportunity to interact with them before, because we've had that happen where somebody's come sworn in the first time we've ever seen them and they had no idea what the committee was about. And I think, as was mentioned earlier by Mr. Laredo, that now they're stuck there. I think you had mentioned it as well. And now they really don't want to say they don't want to be there, so they kind of linger, but they're not really contributing. So do I need to make a motion for that, or is that something we can include at another time?
Yes, go ahead and make your motion.
So having said that, then I make the motion that we amend section 11 to obligate potential committee members to attend 2 meetings prior to being sworn in.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Motion passes.
And just understand that it's not a done deal just because you vote on it. What you're doing is voting on a recommendation. Lorenzo put it into legalese and put it into the right words, and then put it before the council in strike through and underline, showing how the language changes. And if they elect to pass it, then it's
Yes, sir. Yeah, I could thank you, though.
All right. We have 10 minutes, sorry.
And as far as the screening of potential appointees, can we put that as a motion to be presented to the council as well?
You could do it. I could tell you that of the 7 members, they all have philosophical differences on how they view it. Some of them believe that they actually have stated that they actually, people who come up to them and want to be on the committee, they make them go before they proffer their name. Some of them believe somebody puts their name in the hat, wants to serve on a committee, that they should be allowed to serve. So it's a philosophical thing, but you could put it before the council and see how they go.
All right, then I'll put a motion then to put it in front of the council that the potential appointees be vetted by the chair prior to being considered for appointment.
I'll second that.
Any discussion?
Let me play devil's advocate because I think you guys should make a decision based on as much information as possible. Right now, we have limited political factions and political tug of wars, but there has historically been, and there probably someday in the future, unfortunately, we may go back to the days of more tug of war politically. And some elected officials in the past have used the whole committee process for their political advantage. So I just want you to be careful and just take that in consideration when you pass this. And I'm sure that the council, if this goes before them, if this passes and it goes before them as a recommendation, they'll probably take that into account too. So it's not necessarily that it's a bad thing. It's probably a good thing in a perfect world, right? When there's no other external factors playing into this. But I just wanted to.
Understood.
Yeah.
So motion from Miguel, second by Rudy. Any further discussion?
Just so you can know, it's a gray area, right? And Mr. Peterman is correct. It's a really gray area. Unfortunately, there's a lot of things that are being done with our committees that they should have been. But I think the idea, it's in the right place. And I think, between what Mr. Michael and what you just said, I think we're in the right direction. We just need to also hold some accountability to this, to the council, and saying you just can flip a coin and just put, average Joe that just decided to knock on your door and said, I'm complaining about something, and this is a reason why now you're placing him in a committee just to shut him down. That shouldn't be the purpose of placing someone in a committee.
I think across the board, with the previous item and this item, it's a matter of allowing, control is not the proper word, but that we can moderate each committee properly. And I think the way it is existing, we can't do that. And it's hindering us, and it's hindering our progress as a committee. So point taken, but I think we need to, the way it is not correct. It's not proper. Is this the correct way? I don't know, but we need to change gears for sure.
If I may, if you're also dealing with time. Now Dottie has a member that's not, and he's a voting member to make quorum, correct? Now that member has to come to 2 meetings before he could be on the committee, correct? So now we're looking at 2 months before you can have quorum, let's say. So if we add something more, it's going to make it even more difficult for some committees to do business, in my opinion.
I'm sorry, what was your point there? If she has somebody that's no longer on the rolls and they're
Correct.
waiting
So
to
she
bring
has no
somebody
quorum.
in. She has quorum because now the numbers have been reduced. So she only needs to get 50 plus 1 for quorum.
So you need 50 for quorum. But regardless of the point, you still need someone to show up 2 meetings. That's 2 months before they could be on the committee.
Right, before they're sworn in, that's,
A vacancy seat a vacancy will not, Mario, a vacancy is not going to count against your quorum. Some committees?
Like all the vacancies filled, they do take time. So, so I'm just saying, it's already going to take 2 months. If we add something else to it, bringing it to us, it's just going to prolong the process.
Yeah, what he's saying, and he has us just, no, I don't, no, I think, let me just, sorry, chime in. I think he's not saying so much of the quorum part, but I think what happens is sometimes we don't have volunteers, right? So it's not so much maybe the quorum portion, that may be only specifically to a certain committee where now they're maybe active but not active at the same time. That part I don't know. But what happens is sometimes, yes, there's a long list of volunteers, but sometimes there isn't. And where Dottie has 20 something or 17 or 18 members, we have committees that are struggling and they only have 3 members. Now they cannot even conduct bidding. So I think to add what Mario is saying is that we don't want to make it too strict, right? We want to provide enough teeth, enough process, give us and I think, in my opinion, is the professional respect in the process that you as a councilman are doing. Just let me participate on it. Maybe I'm not going to have, because these committees are not made for that. And honestly, that is the reason why I vote for elected officials. I don't want to have that kind of decision or power. Okay, to be quite honest with you, I don't think this is where I'm, where I want to have that kind of power and responsibility. But I want to have something to say about it. That's all. And I think that's pretty much what everybody's saying. Hey, just let me chime in. Let me give you my input. And then you make an informed decision, like Michael was saying, not just based on anything, but also on the chairs or the committees for that matter decision.
Maybe one, instead of 2 visits, 2 meetings, 1 meeting to curtail the time frame?
Well, there's a motion.
All right, I have a question regarding the motion. How is that vetting going to happen? Is it going to be in a meeting? Is it just going to be looking at a resume or an application? I mean, how about the public?
Well, we already have a package application. I think honestly, it's just showing up to one of our committee meetings and just talk about yourself. That's it. I think that's the best process. Again, like Mario's saying, we don't want to make this too difficult either for these committee members, but we want to scare them off, right? We want to bring people, we want to bring volunteers, but if we're putting too many barriers either, they're going to be like, yeah, listen, I'm already part of 3 boards, 5 kids, 1 wife, 3 lovers. The last thing I want to do is be in your committee that has too many. So yeah, I would say that would be my option. Just have them show up at your meeting, talk a little bit about yourself. What is your, your background? And what can you bring, to this committee? Is that something we're looking for, Michael?
Well, we voted on that, so we'd have to bring that back up again. But this particular motion is to formalize the process to validate the candidates through the chair. And so the chair has some input, a comment, a phone call, I think was mentioned, could do it informally. I like your analogy of, least amount of rope as possible. So that was good. But if you want to formalize it a bit, that was the motion I think that was put on the floor, and that's what we're voting on. Is that correct, sir?
Pretty much, yeah.
Any further discussion on that motion? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. All right, moving on to agenda item 7C, disposition of charitable funds. I'm so sorry. Yes. A1, Zoom. Rudy, that was your.
I have 2 seconds? I just wanted to, I don't even know what to say, to be quite honest with you.
May I, before you speak, because I think I know where you're going.
Please.
So starting June 1st, committee meetings are back to in-person, full capacity as we are meeting here in council chambers. They're going back to normal operations. The only thing that we have kept from our COVID experience is the ability to live stream our meetings. So our meetings are now being live streamed for purposes of public record keeping, for purposes of having the community continue to be involved in watching these videos. We are no longer accepting any member to participate via Zoom. Public comments must be done in person. And Mr. Manager, I think I've covered it all. Am I right?
We're back to normal, pre-COVID. The only difference, and Claricel hit it on the head, which is we're going to live stream them for people at home that want to watch a committee meeting. They can watch it. That's it. That's the only difference from pre-COVID.
Was that your item?
That pretty much covered it. Thank you, Claricel. There's only one detail. I was not informed, maybe I missed that email, that members of our community are able to show up in person. I was informed, unless I was misinterpreted or the communication, that the committee members were able to participate in person. Everyone else needed to participate or viewing. So no, I see heads, no, yes.
We're back to normal. People from
Can
the
show up in
public,
person.
people from the committee, everybody's in person. But if somebody wants to watch the proceedings, they can do it because we're going to live stream it, and they can sit at home and watch it. They can't participate. They can't make a public comment. If they want to make a public comment, they come here in person, just like the good old days pre-COVID.
I have a question, because we did have in 2 of our meetings a video that someone submitted as a public comment. So that will no longer be something they could do. They would have to
Correct.
come.
All public comments must be presented in person. All right, item 7C, disposition of charitable funds.
Thank you, Claricel. So what we had happen to us this past year, and in talking to a few chairs, I think they've had the similar experience where we receive a lot of what we do to benefit the programs that are sponsored by the town comes through the donation of sponsors. And so last year, 2 years ago, we had the Jingle Bell Jog, and the money was to go to advance treatment for veterans suffering from PTSD. And it came to our attention sometime after the fact, before the end of the fiscal year, or sorry, after that fiscal year. Doesn't really matter. Bottom line is the monies were reapportioned by the town because we hadn't spent them by the end of the fiscal year, and they were put towards something else. And so this, unlike budgeted money that we received as part of our request that uses taxpayer funds, these were outside donations. And so I know, and the rules might be different, and I would direct any, if you have any comments on this or reference expenditures, but rollover money versus end of year money is, a real entity, and you can carry the money over. I know working with the government, we had monies that had to be spent by the end of the year. Everybody was in a rush before the end of September to spend that money. And then we had monies that were programmed, and we were able to hold that money and develop programs that were a little bit longer lasting. And so my concern with this particular money is that it was a solicited designation that we were asking people to give us money to address the needs of veterans with PTSD. And what happened in this particular case is we were shorted, I think it was about $800 that went back into the town coffers. And when we went to use it, we found out, oh no, that was gone because it was spent at the end of the fiscal year. And so what I would like to see have done, and I don't know if it's possible, is I would like to change the way we do business with regards to our budget. And so if we have monies that we receive from outside the town, money that's outside of our budget, we can hold it over and not be obligated to spend it, because in point of fact, we did not spend it. It was spent, somebody else spent it, and actually we made some effort to find out where it went. And bottom line, I know how it goes. It just goes back into the general fund and it's redistributed by people that have the greatest need. But the point being is that we had asked for that money to support veterans with PTSD, and we didn't spend it on veterans with PTSD. And so that's my concern. And as we move forward, we'd like to know that the monies that we receive, that we entrust with the town, we're going to be able to use for the reason that we collected the money and not have it used for something else. So that was a comment I wanted to make about charitable donations as it pertains to the budget. And I'm not sure what the rules are with the town budget and how monies have to be spent and if we have to zero every line out. But if not, my assumption is there is room to do things a bit differently. And I'd like to see if we could do that with the monies that we receive outside taxpayers' money.
Yeah, I'll look into it because I know for sure money that comes from the general fund to a committee, just like every other general fund expenditure, it all gets balanced out and it has to be used within that time period. Money that comes to the committee as a donation with a specific earmark for a specific purpose, that it probably can be rolled over into a subsequent year. So I just have, tomorrow I'll check with my budget manager and see what the process and how can we throughout the year account for which, is this dollar a donated dollar or is this dollar a general fund dollar, and how that works. So I'll check it out and then I'll report back to the committee chairs.
Oh, great. Thank you, sir. And likely what I'll do is I'll have the Veterans Committee treasurer meet with you.
You got to elect one first.
Thank you. So fiscal year 2021, 2022, I think at this point, all of you have met and have, or are in the process to submit your request for the next fiscal year. I just wanted to report that the budget hearings are September 7th and September 21st. And that's the final budget hearing is the 21st. And of course, the budget will be adopted to begin October 1st. Promotion, marketing, and social media. Brandon, do you have anything to say? Yeah, so no, but we'll share. So yeah, we've been working very hard to create videos with Ghani Films, who's been a great asset and a great vendor to us. He's produced videos for the Veterans Committee, which I encourage all of you to see. He's working on a commercial for the Special Needs Registry and a commercial for the Boundless Playground when those refurbishments are complete. The Economic Development Shop Local video he's produced. And then the most important one for all of you to see, and it's already on our website, is a recap on these wonderful rules that now you're changing that Lorenzo has done. It's a great resource for you to watch whenever you're in doubt of something. He goes into detail on each of the sections of the rules. It's on our website. And there's also a video that we found. It's a brief video, maybe 2 to 3 minutes long, on sunshine, which is also very educational. So I encourage you to go on our website. Anything else? No. All right. Moving on, event collaboration opportunities. I just want to point something out. I received a call maybe a month ago from Danny Verona from the Miami Lakes Optimist, and I'm glad that Jim is here. The Optimist Club is going to do their opening ceremony on September 11th. And I felt that that would be a great collaboration between public safety and the veterans to help you, Jim, and your team over there. We'd love to be a part of that. I think it's a very important event for our community and for our country. So Nancy, if you and Jim want to meet and discuss and kind of plan, count on us and our resources. We'd love to participate and help.
Yes, definitely. I have a meeting tomorrow, Jim, so if you have a few minutes after this meeting, I can bring it up tomorrow. And then there'll be no delay in decisions and whatever. But that would be great. And we're in. I know my guys. Thank you for that.
I have a quick question on the previous event, the previous agenda item. We don't have a budget on our committee. So, I mean, there's a way for flyers, promotional items, the cool shirts you guys have that we don't have, stuff like that. Are we entitled to any of it, or?
You're entitled to request.
So, Mr. Peterman, can we get him a shirt?
Well, those shirts Claudia said, they all come out of each individual committee's budget, right?
Correct.
So
So we have
Yeah.
a shirt for our budget.
September 7th, right there.
'Cause we want one with a bomb on the backside.
Any other event collaboration opportunities that you all want to discuss?
The EAB and the special needs, see if we could get together and find all the resources, educational resources and special need resources in the town. Maybe have an event so everybody can come out and see. So,
That's actually something I know that Vivian, the chair, she had actually gone to one of your meetings, and we've always wanted to collaborate somehow because we would like to also be able to donate to schools, maybe classrooms, something that children might need. So most definitely, we look forward to that.
Also for the special needs, we talked about last year before, prior to COVID, with regards to the community bike ride and some special bicycles or something like that. So definitely, let me know what you have in mind. I'll give you my number. I don't know if you have my number or not. So that way we'll bring it up to the next meeting and we'll have, those bicycles. Either maybe we can purchase them, whatever the case may be, or maybe they already have them, but we definitely will want everybody to participate. So whatever you have on that, let us know.
I know that Jessie, she had found out there's places that rent them. You can also purchase them. There's different ways. My son actually has one. He outgrew it, but I'd be more than willing to lend it to someone or even give it. So I think that sounds amazing, and collaboration. I love this.
Awesome. And for the blasting, see now it fits right perfect. We talked about it. We'll keep you posted once we start, thinking about, the different types. And, it didn't happen when it needed to, but I know you want it, but it's going to happen. It's not off, of our books yet. So we'll keep you posted on that.
Perfect, thank you.
Claudia, we're already infringing on cultural affairs.
Yeah, and the COVID updates, I think we went over them, which was our return back to normal. Willie?
Yeah, many of you have Willie Sanchez as your liaison, many of the committees. I don't know, Willie, it's probably like 5 or 6 committees. Willie, just last week, I made a decision to promote Willie to another position within our structure. As you know, we had a couple resignations in our building department that started a bunch of dominoes falling. I always want to try and, as long as the pieces fit and people have the right skill sets, to promote from within. I think it gives people an expectation and a longevity, a long view of their careers here with the town. So we made some moves. One of them in that, one of those dominoes was Willie. But Willie, not only did he get promoted, but he also lateraled over into a different department. He went back to his previous life in the Parks and Recreation world. So we did decide you're going to stay with economic development, right? That will be Willie's only committee that he'll stay with. So the other committees, it's not going to be a hard and cold, flip the switch and all of a sudden it's somebody else. But Willie, we're going to transition to a new committee liaison for the other committees that Willie handles. And you're going to love the other people that we have coming up behind Willie. So it's going to be a great thing. Willie's one of our all-stars, but we like to think we have a lot of all-stars, and you're going to do just fine. All the other committees that Willie has been working with and helping to advance. So
Congratulations, Mr. William. Mr. Manager, thank you for promoting within. I commend you for that as well. That's something that a lot of towns and a lot of communities don't do. They just go out and leave you sitting like a sitting duck and, oh yeah, let's get such and such and such. And all of a sudden, that's when you see these people that not only work here, live here, like, you know what? I have no future in this town. So let me move on. So thank you so much for doing that. I appreciate it. These people, these individuals are not only staff, but they're also considered my friends. So thank you so much.
No further business. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for attending.
CACM members, please. Let's get started right here.
I have to sit where there's a microphone here. Great.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to begin the Cultural Affairs Committee meeting. I think we have a quorum. Do we have a quorum yet? Hey, sir, how are you? Good, good. 7. We have 7. That's a quorum. How you doing? Good, good, good. Okay, I think we have a quorum. I want to call the meeting to order. This is the Town of Miami Lakes Cultural Affairs Committee. Today is Monday, June 28th, 2021. The time now is 7:25. Madam Secretary, would you please call the roll?
Neil Robinson,
Present.
Felicia Salazar,
She's going to be coming. She said she's going to be late, probably. So-
Elsa Reus, Carla Acosta, Edgar Alvar, Esther Colon, Charles James, Denise Madden. Here. Diana Soto, Barbara Patchen, Suzanne Chupani, here. Paredes Castillo, Yulette Miguel, George Lazos. And, excuse me, our new committee members are, their names in the minutes.
Nick,
Would you be so kind to tell me your name again?
this is Nick, isn't it?
Oh, yes, Nick Mastrovito and Eli.
Eli.
Gonzalez. So Eli
All right.
is present.
Good, good. Okay. Thank you, Madam Secretary. We now have a quorum. Are there any public comments? Okay, great. There we go. Get my water over here.
I'll give you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Claricel de Cárdenas. I'm the Communications and Community Affairs Director for the town. We were approached by a local nonprofit organization called Tommy T Foundation. The local organization works with children who are underserved and provides an avenue for them to give back to the community. And they also they provide some sports scholarships to participate in our local sports programs. God bless you. They would like to have these children get involved in a cultural program or project, rather, at the youth center. This is the wall of the youth center that faces the playground. So they are proposing to paint a mural on this wall This is an example of what they'd like to see there. I felt it was proper that it be vetted by the Cultural Affairs Committee. So since it is painting and art, they were sorry that they couldn't be here today, but they dropped off the painting, and I just wanted to share with all of you, if you would consider adding this to your agenda for the next meeting, and I will make sure that they make themselves available for any questions or comments that you all may have for them. Tommy T Foundation. TOMMY and then the initial T Foundation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll have
Yes.
them on the agenda for the next meeting.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you all.
Thank you
Have
so
a great meeting.
Thank you so very much. Painting is really very interesting, isn't it? Great, great. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to try to move through our agenda this evening. At this point, are there any deferrals, deletions, or additions at this point? Yes, we have another public comment. Go right ahead. This is our colleague from the Elderly Service.
I am Nancy Rogers, Public Safety Committee Chair, but this is in regard to a suggestion I'd like to make for y'all to think about. We have a celebrity in town amongst a bunch of others, and she is a friend of Alina Collazo, Councilman Collazo's or Vice Mayor Collazo's mother. And this woman has written a book about her experience coming over from Cuba as a child. And she's written it in English and Spanish. And her English version is currently on the New York Times bestseller list. I just wanted to bring it to your attention. I know you have different nationalities and events and things like that. And maybe if you're looking for a public speaker or anything, I just wanted you to know the lady is aware of my suggestion tonight and my comments to you, and she is willing to come and speak. And I can't wait to hear what she has to say if I just sat her in my living room. But I wanted you all to know this lady is available and a great asset to our town.
Well, thank you. What is her full name, please?
I can only remember off the top of my head, it's Nery, N-E-R-Y. I will get that information, N-E-R-Y. And no, and I will get that information for you. It just recently came to me. And I just wanted to spread the word to you tonight because we're all going to be here together.
Well, great. Thank you.
I'm so sorry, but what is your name again?
Nancy Rogers, R-O-G-E-R-S. And I'm a chair with the Public Safety Committee, and I'm also on the Elderly Affairs, but I love hearing these stories. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so very much. We will certainly reach out to her. And you said that she is the mother of Claricel?
No, she's the friend of Vice Mayor Collazo.
Oh, Vice Mayor. Okay, great. So we can get the full name from them. Great. Please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Any other comments? Public comments? Hearing none. Let us review the minutes. Have you all had a chance to peruse the minutes? They were sent out to each of us. And I want to again to congratulate our secretary for doing such an excellent job and capturing what transpired at our May 24th meeting.
Assistant Secretary.
Assistant Secretary, oh my goodness. Well,
You have to be fair now.
all right, to Suzanne, thank you so very much, Assistant Secretary. I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
Make a motion to approve the minutes.
Motion has been made by Diane. Denise, is there a second, please? The motion has been properly seconded by Eli. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, let us vote. All those in favor of approving the minutes, please signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, the minutes stand approved. All right, let's move on to the next item on the agenda. We're going to try to get through all of these things tonight. And so please keep your comments as brief as you can, but still be as comprehensive as you need to be. Old business. The first item is the father, son, daughter fishing tournament debriefing. Want to give you a chance to respond to this. Anyone on the committee? Debriefing gives us an opportunity to look back and see what we did well, or some of the things, or the shortcomings that we may have had, and things that we need to correct to either improve the event. So that's why I call it debriefing.
I've only done this twice. And the first year I did it, we had such an incredible turnout. So I do think this year it had something to do with COVID maybe, and people, even though we had all the reservations, we did not have everyone turn out. You and I think we spoke. I do think we need to take pictures on these events and really try to capture the families that attend the event, so that when we put it out there for the public, they can see their friends, they can see happy faces, and it just keeps the community, people coming back more and more for the event.
I have a comment on that note. Last time they did the event, I wasn't part of the committee, but was it done on a weekend that was not Father's Day weekend? What, was the event last time done on a weekend that was not Father's Day weekend, or was it done on Father's Day
It's
weekend
always
like
done
this year?
on the Saturday before.
Before Father's Day? Okay.
And it was here, like the first one I attended was here and it was nonstop. And they
Okay.
just kept coming. And then
Huh.
this past Saturday, they just sort of,
They dribbled in, so.
they said that maybe it might have been the location. And so maybe we'd want to look at that because the one time it was super busy was by the park.
Oh, and this time
The
it was
big
where?
park.
Here at the Optimist.
What is called
But
The docks.
the dock?
the docks, but that's a nice, that's a nice location.
It's called Marina. Mine
Yeah.
is Marina.
I mean, I find that with everybody, like everything lifting with COVID, people being more vaccinated, I feel like people are going out more and, you know, getting away from being in the town because we've been cooped up for so long now. So maybe that has something to do. There's a lot more in-person events now, so hopefully we'll have a comeback next year.
I also think that we distributed lots of material, the buckets with the baits in it. And this time, we allowed them to go to any lake here in the town of Miami Lake to do the fishing. So it wasn't just confined to the marina here. And I think that may have caused some issues too. So next year, hopefully, we will be able to concentrate everybody at one location, because I do remember when we had it over here on Montrose at that lake, there's just so many people there and the kids, and it's just really much more, so it works out much better when we do it that way. So I'm going to suggest it next year, again, that we probably go back to that lake. And the other issue was at the marina, we got to do, if we ever do it at marina again, we've got to do something to entice the fish to come up, because I don't think they caught but one fish over at the marina all day long. So, but the other place over here on Montrose, they do an incredible job of catching fish. So hopefully next year.
So maybe the
we'll be able-
location, yeah.
Yeah, location.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? All right, let's move on. The next item on the agenda is the Juneteenth celebration. I'll start off because I thought it was a very good celebration. I think we had about 60 people to attend. And we had the Reverend Darrell Jones, who delivered the keynote address. And I want to thank all of the individuals who agreed to participate on the program, Suzanne and Charles, and I believe Elsa and myself. And it was a fun evening. What do you think of the music at the end? Did you enjoy that?
Oh, I loved it.
Yeah.
It was great, very unifying.
Yeah, there was at the end, we showed a video of a gentleman by the name of, his name is Hezekiah Walker. And he is a gospel singer and he has a group. And they travel all around the world. And this video captures that. And they were singing a song called Better. It's gonna get better, it's gonna get better. And it's a very uplifting song. And so you're able to see visually the various ethnic groups all around the world, from China to Peru to Italy, just all over, singing his song. And it's really very uplifting song. So I thought that went well. And again, the mayor presented a proclamation designating Juneteenth as a day that's honored in this town. And what's so fitting is that I think the day before, the President of the United States signed into law, this is a new federal holiday now. It's Juneteenth.
Yes.
So it just came off very well. And again, I thank all of you for your participation. If you have not had an opportunity, may I just pass this around? If you haven't had an opportunity to look at the program, please view it and give it back to Suzanne, because that's her copy that she brought out for us. So again,
Sorry, my script.
anything you want to add, Suzanne?
Just it was fantastic. I know next year we'll make it even bigger and better. Everyone had a great time. And the Reverend Daryl Jones was very inspirational speaker.
Great.
I'm sorry I missed it. It was my daughter's recital, but I saw photographs of the event and it seemed like it had the same energy and vibe that the Black History event that we did here right before COVID. That was great. So I'm sorry I missed it.
Next time. Any other comments? Hearing none, may we move on to the next item. As you know, July 4th is coming when? I believe it is Sunday. Isn't this year going by very fast?
Yeah, this year's like a roller coaster. Last year was slow and this year's like full force.
Oh my goodness.
I can't keep up.
June 4th is the signature event here in the town of Miami Lakes, and Cultural Affairs is the coordinating body for that event. This year, Willie, would you go into details about what we can expect? We usually have an entertainer or entertainment. And this year, we're going to do something a little differently.
It's going to be a little bit different. We took some recommendations from the police department. Things are better, and thank God, that people are getting vaccinated and so forth, but they want us to be cautious. So there's no live stage per se. There's going to be a big platform set up for presentations and for acknowledgements for the honor guard, which is going to be a little different as well because the police is not available to have the honor guard. I was just informed this evening. But we're going to have a mobile unit there with a live DJ. It's like a converted food truck. And they're going to be in there jamming. The truck is equipped with special effects. So it shoots off streamers and shoots out CO2 shots. So that's going to be going live. We also have a 20-foot screen, LED screen, like a big TV, not a projector, but a big TV. And we're going to be projecting your video. We're going to be projecting sponsors. We're going to be projecting other items throughout the whole night. People dancing. So it's going to be a festive addition. Something that I told Neil that we may have to find budget for next year. Because we can do it this year because the budget we have from the entertainment, but I think it's going to be a big hit. So far, we have 4 sponsors that have come aboard. I'm waiting to hear from 2 more.
Great.
And then, so we have and then at 9 o'clock, we go live with the fireworks. We're going to live stream the fireworks too throughout the whole town. And they're going to be closer this year than they were last year, like a little closer. So they get better.
Is the fireworks going to be done over at the
Picnic Park West? Yes, sir. No, Picnic Park, our place.
Okay.
So it'll be there, but we're going to live stream the fireworks live. So people are not there, they don't feel comfortable coming out yet. So you have 2 options. We're also going to have food trucks. That's something Neil and I, I briefed them on recently.
We want to always have food trucks simply because we usually get a large turnout of families.
Yep.
And families are permitted to bring their the coolers, the chairs, blankets, and then people can bring food as well. but usually they will bring kind of hors d'oeuvres or something, but then they'll go over to the truck. So it's always important for us to have more than just one or two trucks. So last time, I think we had 10 trucks, and they line up
Yeah.
on Montrose area. And so that people don't have to stand in line a long time to get food. Because this year it's going to start at 7 p.m., is that right?
7 p.m.
And the actual firework doesn't start until 9:15,
9:15, yeah, depends,
So you got about a 2-hour window there.
Yep.
And so we got the music going and, people dancing and having a great time. And then, at 2 hours, you got the trucks there. They do very well in terms of their sales.
Of course, yeah.
And they're always very happy to come back to Miami Lakes for the 4th of July celebration.
And we also got flags. I ordered flags that each committee member can have a portion to give out to the crowd.
Do we have any of those little lights that we usually have?
We didn't order lights this year.
Okay. Okay.
But
Whatever.
flags for sure. I'm gonna give you guys flags.
Okay, so what we're going to ask you to do is to be there at probably around 6:30 if you can. And so that we can, do we have streamers and things to put up that we're going to need?
We could put, yeah, we're going to set up a table for you guys. That's not a
And
problem.
so that we can have a great present. And we just want to have a good time. And then I want to also make sure that we have time so that we can introduce cultural affairs. Sure. And we're asking each of you this year to wear red, white, and blue so that we can be distinguished. We can wear our blue thing, but I think the red, white, and blue always works well.
And we're going to be deploying our mobile trailer, which is out here.
Right.
That's going to be our backdrop. So the platform that we ordered, it's going to be right in front of that. So you'll have the background of the town on there.
Who are the 4 sponsors, Willie?
We have the Grams Company, Great Waste, Sea Roofing and Waterproofing.
Great.
Yeah. Yeah. So we have the Grams Company, Z Roofing, Z Roofing and Waterproofing, and Z, like a Z.
Like a Z.
Yep. And Great Waste, and I have one more that hasn't signed, but I don't want to say them yet, but Great Waste. They're our local waste company here in the town. 3. There's one that can't give you yet because they haven't signed the documentation, but they give me a verbal
So
commitment.
we want you to, invite your friends to come out and, they can bring their lawn chairs and we can sit out there and it's a great evening to see the fireworks and it's so family oriented.
And the location
That,
is.
that location's perfect.
Is
yeah.
Picnic Park West, our park,
I leave
where
on vacation that day.
Mary Collins Community Center is located.
And when the mayor goes up, he'll be calling the committee members up. The platform is big enough for you guys to all be there.
Are we gonna use,
No, the fireworks will be there. You'll see it from the park. The fireworks, no, that was last year. Optimus was last year. Yep.
okay?
I know. I leave on vacation that day, so
Oh,
I know.
goodness gracious.
At like 1 o'clock. I know. For a week. I'm sorry.
Well, enjoy.
Yes,
Enjoy.
yes.
Any other comments regarding the celebration, July 4th? Diane, you gonna be here? You're thinking about it. All right. It's gonna be fun. It's really
I know.
a great
I'm sad to
evening.
miss it.
And again, invite your family and friends to come. It's just a really, and the lights. And this year they're going to have, as you said, the jumbotron, where you can see all the things that are going on in the town. And again, we'll have a table set up for cultural affairs, and we're going to have the little flags so you can hand out flags to everybody. And so, Will, there's no way for us to get those things. It's too late now. How those we used to get the little lights that kids could, so the kids could have their light up and start when it gets dark, and it just it was so good. Yeah, we don't have any.
I'll see if we have any left from in storage, and I'll grab
We
one.
got anything that we can, and if not, what about those neon things where you break them?
Yes.
And
Yeah, like those glow sticks, like glow stick type thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
Can we?
I'll look into it tomorrow.
I'd like a motion to see if we can purchase some of those things. They are so nice because it's dark at night there, and the kids love it. It's just a great thing. So I'll entertain a motion, George, to purchase some of those, what are they called?
I mean, I guess.
Neon.
Yeah, neon glow sticks type.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
it,
glow sticks.
glow sticks. So a motion's been made by George, is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Oh.
We're all seconding.
All right. George made the motion, second by Mary.
Mary Lee second.
Yep. Is there any discussion? What do you think the amount should be? Less than $100 for those?
They are, they really are.
Thinking of like Oriental Trading.
All right, so 150, and whatever else we can get that's gonna light up, Willie, that we can give out, because again, the kids really enjoy that, and it's so much fun to be able to give it away to families.
Adults do too.
Yeah, I do too. Okay, the motion has been made, it's been properly moved in second. All those in favor of allocating a maximum of $150 to purchase these blow pops? And,
Aye.
Look how cheap.
oh, here they are here. They're $17 here. Look at all this.
140 glow sticks, look how cheap, so we can.
Okay.
We can go crazy.
It's been properly moved in second. All those in favor? Say
Aye.
Aye.
Those that are opposed, let the record show that we've agreed to purchase those items. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the Madison Hammock historical marker. Do we have any update on that from?
So the cabinet has been filled with some artifacts already. So when you guys leave here, so you can take a peek at it. As far as the marker, I haven't circled back with the vice mayor as of yet,
Okay.
but half of it has been done already, which is the cabinet here. When you guys leave, pull the drawer out, you'll see. And what I've been told is that they're going to rotate what's in there.
Okay, great.
So there's still stuff upstairs that need to be displayed. So they want to rotate, so they encourage people to come out to the town and see it. It'll change all the time.
Okay.
Well, Willie, I just hope that we can do that, by the fall of the year so that we can get that
And-
marker. And I think we're going to have to probably
And
have.
we're trying to get the film documentary, Neil. I think we're making a little progress. The gentleman at least is talking to us, not to us, but to the committee member who brought him on board. So we'll have a documentary of the Madison hammocks as well.
Terrific, terrific. Okay, let's move on then. The next item is Symphony of the America concert. The vice chair, Felicia Salazar, said that she was not sure that she would be here on time for the meeting tonight. However, she did submit a memorandum, and it talks about the Symphony of the America update. She received an email last week from Sandy, who is the liaison for the Symphony of the America. And she is proposing August the 14th as the concert date for Symphony of the America to perform here in the town of Miami Lakes. Just for your information, these are international, classically trained musicians who form a symphony. And the night before they come to us, they perform up in West Palm Beach. And they charge something like $65, $70 a person. They always filled up. And they come to us for a very nominal fee. And the maestro, I don't know if he's still with them this year. The musicians come from places like Austria, and they come from Italy, they come from Peru. It's probably about 25 classically trained musicians, from violins to oboe to the drums and everything. And it's really a great evening. So, Willie, can we work on the 14th as a possible date?
I have a comment on that. Is she proposing that date because that's the day before they're going to be in West Palm? Is that why?
Yeah, they always do
Oh,
that.
okay. I was gonna
When
say,
it
because
comes
that's
down.
still like in the middle of the summer, like
Yeah.
everybody out. And with such
They
a nice
come-
group of,
See, what happens, they do a southeast tour.
Mm,
And
okay.
they come to West Palm Beach, then they come to us, and then they leave here and they go over to the West Coast
Got it.
and they perform. So they,
Okay.
so I think they only gave us 2 dates.
What other, do we know what other date they gave us? I'm just wondering if,
She said the 14th. I request that the submit this program to write to.
it is,
always
it's a Saturday. It is, it's
It's
a
a
Saturday.
Saturday evening. Mhm. Oh, yeah. Saturday evening. Yeah, they've been doing this for, I'd say 10 or 12 years.
Nice.
And they come and they're just, the musicians are just incredible. And they usually present a program of what they're going to do. Then they'll have an intermission.
Mhm.
And then they come back and they finish up and they usually do, I believe it's 8 to 10 musical selections. And it's very good and it's well received. So the issue we face now, Will, is we got to get this information out there. So if this body will approve the recommendation from the vice chair, who always serves as the chairperson for this committee for the Symphony of the America.
And Chairman, you're thinking of single location, the church, right?
Yes, and the location is usually the
The
Methodist
whole,
Church
yeah, that's nice.
because it has great acoustics.
Acoustic, yeah.
And it's so laid out so that they can sit up in the upper area of the church, and it's just really nice. Now, I did read in the Miami Lakers, so we've got to reach out to him. He's leaving.
He's leaving?
Yes.
Really?
So he's going to Indian Creek somewhere. It's up in Central Florida somewhere. I read it. It was in the Miami Laker.
Oh.
So he's leaving, and he's always been so amenable to having it there. So we just simply have to reach out to the administrative assistant there, and I don't know when his last day. You read it's in there. It's in
We
the new pastor, and I don't know if they've got the new pastor yet. Because I think he's not leaving until July, so he may still be there.
If
This
not,
is-
another consideration is that Elevate Church must have like amazing acoustic.
Really?
It has to. It's
We've
the
never tried
structure is
that.
absolutely beautiful. I mean, they just finished it up.
Okay.
So
All right, so that's the other alternative. If we can't go to the Methodist Church, we'll reach out to the
Elevate with.
Elevate. That is right. They got
Yeah,
Elevation.
that's a new one. I haven't been inside. The building
yeah.
is beautiful. The acoustic must be amazing because they went all out, and they even have like a.
It's in here. Do we have?
They even have like
No,
a
I'm
like a
talking about
cafeteria
the
type
church.
where they serve.
Who the
Yeah,
pastor
they're
is.
opened already. Yeah, they
The
did.
worship. It says, here you go. No, it's restaurant.
The one on the corner of Miami Lakes Drive by NQC, right there across. Yeah, it's gorgeous.
We're looking at.
Baptist.
No,
New
it's
Testament?
no, it's called
No.
Elevation.
Elevate Church.
Elevate.
Oh, there it is, okay.
Elevate Church.
They have all the times.
I don't know anyone there, but I'm sure Willie knows someone here in the town.
Okay.
Must be in touch
So,
with them.
I need a motion tonight to approve the August the 14th date. Again, they gave us the dates that they would be.
Uh-huh.
They said it was only 2 dates in August. So
Oh, and they were both in
said
August.
The first week of August or the second week of August.
Okay.
And so Felicia always speaks directly to them. So
Okay.
in her memorandum to us, she suggests that we do August the 14th.
And I'll start the ball moving on this end.
Okay.
Chairman, I just received an email from Daylene Garcia from Giving Gators, and she wants the board, the committee to consider a moment of silence during July 4th for the Surfside tragedy.
Yeah, I meant to do that earlier.
I'm
I
so
did,
sorry.
And I got carried away. But anyway, we'll do that in just a second. I've got a motion on the floor to have the Symphony of the America concert on August the 14th at the Methodist Church, if at all possible. If not, then we'll reach out to Elevate Church. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second the motion.
All right, it's been moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion? there isn't anything for us to do other than
No.
to be there that evening.
Awesome.
We
And
usually-
enjoy.
We usually have some hors d'oeuvres like cheese and crackers and stuff outside for people to have as they enter
Okay.
the church. 'Cause they don't allow to bring the food in the church. You just go
Mhm,
around
of
out there.
course.
And then at the conclusion of it, it's just a very nice evening, and we'll have a program printed up and everything. So that's where we are. Yeah, we always do that as well as a committee. We also greet the people as they're coming in, welcoming them. And then I usually introduce the mayor, and the mayor does his spiel. And then we always recognize the pastor of the church, and he usually delivers the invocation. So, and greets people as well. So that's the motion. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those that are opposed? August the 14th, and usually it's like 7 o'clock in the evening. It's dark. So whatever time we work out, Willie, we need to get to that, please. All right. I'd like to go back now, and it was on my mind as I came in today was to first say that all our hearts are very heavy and are so concerned about the Surfside residents who are in that building. I think called
Champlain Towers.
Champlain Towers. And that's just also unbelievable that 1:30 in the morning that a third of the building is gone. Isn't that amazing? And when people are home sleeping, and yet I think I saw just before I left, there are 151 unaccounted for still now. And I think they've identified at least 10 or 11 today. So I'd like for us to take a moment and silence, and let's petition our Creator and ask them to bless these families who still are awaiting the outcome of whether their loved one survived or passed on. So let's take a moment of silence to do that, please. Lord, bless these families who are assembled. Bless those individuals who may not be with us anymore. Bless those who are there and trying to survive this horrific crash around them. Lord, help us to be supportive in any way that we can to all the residents in that building. And Lord, also we pray a special prayer for the first responders who are just working diligently 24 hours a day to try to unmask the remains of those individuals and rescue those who are still alive. Lord, we thank you for all that you are to us and all that you will be. And bless those families individually and bless them collectively. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Amen. All right. Thank you all so very much. I meant to do that earlier, as I said. The next item here is in her emails, she talks about and her being the vice chair. The number 2 item was, we love the cow brochure update. And she said, have been contacting several sponsors of the sculpture, but still the artist's name attached or samples or potential brochure design. Print those in attendance. Do you all see it in the back here?
Yes.
And so we're going to go forward with that, and we still have time to do this. So I'm going to ask that you review this. And if anyone is so inclined to make a motion to move on this, we will certainly accept it. These are about the cows that we have that are around. And the latest one is the public. And this committee were the ones who started those cows some 20 years ago.
Wow.
And so what had happened was I was on the committee, on the Cultural Affairs Committee. And at that time, the city of Coral Gables were putting up, I think they had flamingos. And so we said, I called and I said, well, we want to do something here in the town of Miami Lakes. So I called the city manager of Coral Gables, and he got me in touch with his staff person who had created those flamingos. And so the company that makes the cows is in New Orleans. And so we were able to connect with them, and that's how we started the cows here in the town of Miami Lakes. So, Felicia was chairing the subcommittee on that. I remember that so well. So we're recommending a triple fold with a local map and picture and all of that. Did you all get it? You read
Yes,
it?
yes.
Yeah.
Is there a motion on this?
I make a motion that we move forward with the brochure for the cows.
All right, it's been moved. Is there a second?
I second it.
Been seconded. Is there any discussion?
Do we know Diana or Maureen? That's it.
I second it.
We have to determine where we'll get the funding for this. We'll probably get some donations to help cover this. Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. We will now start that process, and I want to thank our vice chair for the hard work that she does to put this out there, because again, she was really the architect. Isn't that something? She's an architect, and she was the architect of this. So anyway, thank you so much, Vice Chair, and I know the time is moving, so. Okay, concert on the green. Willie, have we heard anything from Charles regarding that?
I have not, sir, but we're looking at a November date.
November date?
November.
Yep, the new fiscal year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's what, I know you haven't been here, but it's what the golf club suggested because of the weather.
That's right.
Yeah.
I remember we had this discussion.
And it's such a great evening. We've done it there before, and the ambiance and the atmosphere that night is just so wonderful because they have the lights on the golf course.
Yep.
And you can come and bring your chair and you sit there, and they have food and we always had a great entertainer who had I can't remember all of them. I know we had great, and it's jazz, so it's a really great evening. So we're looking forward to that, and so Charles kind of takes the lead on that because he knows a lot of the entertainers, stuff like that. So
What was
we're
the
looking
date?
forward to it.
November what?
We don't know
No,
the date yet.
sometime
We
in
just know in
November.
November.
Sometime in November.
So what we have to do is get with the golf course manager over at Schuler's, and they give us a date that they that works for them, because as a golfer, you know, in the fall of the year is the time when you go play golf. Summertime is too hot, so that's a busy season for them. And the other thing is that the weather
Yes.
plays a major factor. For 2 years in a row, we had it, and doggone it, every time it rained. It rained the day before, it was too wet, so we couldn't go on the golf course. And then the last time we did it, it rained on the day of the event. And so we haven't had any luck. So, but whenever we did be able to host it there, it always worked out beautifully. So we're just hoping that the weather will work out for us this year. So again,
Charles James, our chairperson for that?
yeah, he's always worked with,
He coordinates with the talent. He has the source.
he got the source with the entertainment piece.
Do you want
Okay.
one of us to reach out to the golf course?
Yeah, Willie and I
Oh,
always
okay.
reach out to the golf course. We go over and meet with the golf.
I'll send them an email.
And they tell us the date that would work for them. And again, because they shut down the golf course because they got to put up the lights and everything. But it's really very, very pretty at night when we do it. Okay, next item is the budget revisited. We passed our budget last time that we met not the last time, but the previous time was 47,000 something. And we just have to include in there the two new items that we'd added, which was, I believe it was the Juneteenth as well as what was the other? Pride. No, Earth Day. Earth Day. So we'll have to look at that and see. Again, we did put the money in there, but it's a really, we heard earlier today that the budget process, budget hearing starts September 1st.
7, I believe, and 21st.
September 7th and 27th. That's when the town meets, the staff meet, and then we make a presentation to the council members to inform them why we are requesting the dollars for that they allocate, the budget that we submitted to them. And it's always a very interesting process because, again, I think you said earlier that we need to make sure we capture in video form or something we can show the council members of the various activities that we've had this year.
That's a good idea.
Because they don't always come to every one of our events. They sometimes show up at some of your events, but we usually have an event every month. So that's 12 events for the most part. And so we need to make sure that they are fully aware of what transpired and the participation, the number of attendants that we have at these events, because they start using a formula for every person that attended versus the dollar amount that it costs for us to put the event on. So that's why it's important to be able to show them that we have a sizable participation. Yes.
Through the chair, I just wanted to, along those lines, at the last town meeting, I felt like they did not have a clear understanding of our event, the Pride event, because they said it was just going to be a thrown together, quote unquote, silly-nilly, and that it was nothing more than a cocktail party. So based on those comments, it was obvious that they didn't receive the minutes that outlined very specifically that it was about Pride awareness with printed brochures, educational information, hotlines, all kinds of resources for our community. And that in addition to that, in the evening, it was a celebration, very much like the Hispanic Heritage Celebration, very much like the Black History Month celebration. So I think that we need to be sure that they really know the outline of our activities.
All right.
And that they're clear on it, because it certainly does, qualify under the cultural fairs for the cultural component. And I just think it was a lack of communication between our committee and the town.
All right.
I mean, it was clear that they did not receive this right here that says, the minutes that were typed up, from the previous, the whole subcommittee's minutes that were presented, and that's why it passed in committee 11-3, because it was so well thought out, organized, but unfortunately that didn't translate at the town meeting.
All right. We will certainly, because we're putting it into the budget process, this time we'll have that typed up and presented as to the rationale why you want to have an event, why the event is needed or important. And the other thing I want to point out also is there is, let me see if I can find it.
Are we going to have it typed up and presented the same way for Earth Day and Juneteenth?
Yeah. We're gonna,
So then we have to get people that are on the committee.
That budget requests have been up, it's sent up already with the recommendations the committee gave us that night that we did. So it explains each new event as well.
So then
That, the budget request, your budget has been sent to finance already. With the direction you gave me that night
Yeah.
from the committee, and it includes all three events: Earth Day, Pride
Yeah,
Month,
but
and
what
Juneteenth.
she's suggesting is that we have something in writing for that talks about the planning and what we're proposing to do.
So I suggest the dates that, and I emailed them to you, Neil, the dates for the budget hearings.
Okay.
I suggest the committee members who want to speak up that day to be there and express what the,
But that's so important too, because every time, because you think about now, I think there are 9, how many committees are here now?
there's, I believe, 12 committees.
12 committees, and each committee presents before the council and the staff to defend your budget request.
September 7th and 21st are the dates.
So
Can you give us the dates again? I'm sorry.
September 7th and September 21st. 7 and 21.
September 7th?
The first
And
budget
21st?
review is on the 7th of September.
Mhm.
So you need to come for that, and you can, I'll call you up and say, we want to, I need the support from the staff, from our committee, why we're supporting this item, and so we can do that. So, but it's so important that they see more than just me here at this meeting. Because all the other 12 committees will have as many people, because what we're doing is requesting those dollars so that we can do these activities. And if we don't have the support, then, we can't go forward. So Suzanne, we certainly want you and Esther to be there for that, to make that presentation, all right?
Well, I'd like to make a motion that we right now identify someone for each one of these events to have a.
Well, I think that the 3 new events are so important to do that. Because think about it now, we've got 12 events, and you don't want to consume too much at a time, because you got 12 other committees, 11 other committees are going to make the
Just those
present.
3.
Yeah.
But it's already written up for Pride.
Okay.
It's right here in black
Okay.
and white. It just didn't make it to the meeting.
All right.
And the other 2, then I would make a motion that I put someone to do the same for Earth Day and for Juneteenth.
All right. There's a motion to have 3 different individuals, is that what you're saying? Or one,
One main speaker and people.
For the-
Someone has to write it up.
There's no limit. You can have the whole committee there to speak.
all right, but we just have to, the time frame is what I'm.
Yeah, I don't have a time yet at the meeting, but that's going to be announced. I know the dates are the 7th and 21st.
All right, so there's a motion here being made.
7th
We'll have
and
it.
21st, September.
To identify a member of the Cultural Affairs Committee to articulate the
Objective,
and
describe the activities that would actually take place. And I think it should be, 3 different people, not one.
all right. What do you need? You need a mic because people are listening. All right, so there's a motion to do that. Is there a second to that?
I second
that motion. All right, it's been properly moved in second. Is there any discussion? So the motion is that we will have at least 3 different individuals to speak about the 3 different events. Pride Day, Earth Day, and then Juneteenth.
And can we identify those people? Who they
Yeah.
are?
I'll identify those individuals and we'll go forward with it. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Is there any objection? Motion passes. All right, next item, we got to cover, I think we're coming to the
It says
end.
events calendar
So
review, that's
the
it.
budget and the events calendar.
It kind of merges.
Merges together, yeah. And so this time, what we have to do again is go back and create our events calendar. Because the Miami Laker has requested from us to send to them our events calendar,
Okay.
which gives the date, the month, and the date of the event, so that they can publish it.
Okay.
And they also want to cover the various events that we have, much more so than they've done in the past.
So what do you suggest that,
So as soon as the budget process is through,
okay,
we usually have a, I think I've got an old one. When we had it. Yeah, what we did, we changed the date, see? Usually, we know that Black History Month is in February or in January, and then Earth Day event. Oh, and for instance, the Irish Scottish Heritage Month is usually in the month of March.
Okay.
And then we know that Women's History Month is in the month of March as well. So we have two big events that we do there. So I'll go back and research when we did those, and we try to have it at the same time each year.
So are you suggesting that after the budget gets approved, that we hold a meeting so that we can decide the dates of our
Exactly.
events for the entire year, the
For
rest
the
of the fiscal
entire
year?
year.
Okay.
Because again, some of the dates have already, again, if we had it last year on the 21st, maybe this year's gonna be on the 23rd.
Okay, okay.
In November or whatever date, so.
No, and that's more organized too, because sometimes we're coming to the meetings thinking, okay, what day are we picking? Okay, we're in a hurry to get, like, the women's history was kind of like trying to put it together
Okay,
fairly on short notice.
is there any other issues? I was trying to find a date here. Well, the one we've had them in the past. We'll get them.
Yeah, maybe Willie can circulate an email for all of us with all the events that we usually try to hold.
The
and then
calendar,
we can-
events calendar, is
Events
what we call
calendar,
it.
yeah,
Yeah, we have that in October.
in October.
I'll see what's electronically available and send it to the whole
Okay,
committee.
thanks,
That
Willie.
way you guys can work
Yep,
from,
work from that. Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, and so at our next meeting, which will be in July, is it 20, what? It's gonna be the, it used to be the third Thursday of the month?
yeah, new fiscal, next calendar year, we can go back to the original, I guess, right?
Yeah. I think we should have our
The
meeting.
next one is July 26th.
We usually have the third.
It was a Thursday.
July
I mean, I like the
26th.
Mondays, it's not bad,
Yeah.
but
July
What works for-
26th.
July
That's correct,
26th, yeah.
July 26th.
So that'll be a date to add the speakers that you want for the budget.
Right, so make sure that we
Okay.
bring a Tommy T Foundation, that we put them on I'll put them on the agenda.
Tommy T and the author, that she's gonna get the phone number
Right.
for us.
Did you get the author's name?
She found it?
Yeah, she won't, she brought it.
Oh, can I get the name?
Her name is Nerdy Barnett Correction.
Barnett, that's what I thought.
The book is called The Path to Freedom.
Can you?
The
spell-
Path to Freedom?
The Path to
The
Freedom.
Path to Freedom. It's Nettie Barnett Kircher.
Yeah, that's what I had found online.
Great. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think we've done well. We've gotten through everything. Is there any other comment?
No, it was good.
So
Concern?
we'll be reaching out to individuals to be here on September 7th.
Well, I'm saying to everybody that those of you who are here tonight, we're saying everybody on September the 7th, we need to be here for the budget hearing. And then we'll send out another email reminding everybody to come. Because it's so important that you be here. It's very interesting to see the process.
Yeah.
And it helps you to understand how this committee gets what it gets. And, you know, just, everybody's going after one pot of money, general
Yeah.
fund dollars. And so I missed, I got here late the day they had the chairperson meeting. I missed that I overlooked it. So next time I'll be here. Anyway,
I wonder if we could, one more bit, I wonder if we could put some sort of quick video together. Everybody picks all the photos they've taken up to this point this year, because we are the cultural committee, and we could do a little video to say, okay, this was Father's Day, this was Heritage, this was this, so we can show, I mean, we just were at the farmer's market, so we have a lot of pictures, we've been putting it, posting it, having a lot of people with great comments. So if everybody could send in.
that's what I yeah, that's what I did the previous year. We did that the previous year, where we had every event that we had done that year. And we reduced it down to, I think it was less than 8 minutes. Because anytime you go longer than that, they get bored. Yes.
And you can do that, you can present that at the budget meeting.
Yeah, that's what we
Okay,
usually do,
yeah.
present at the budget here and say, this is what we've done. And this is what we propose to continue to do. Yeah, it's like a PowerPoint presentation. Last year was, it was a PowerPoint, not last year, but previous year I did a PowerPoint presentation. Willa, can we get to, is it Elizabeth, is she the one, or is it Brandon that helps us collect all of the different photographs? Yeah, so we can put that together and it's always, so again, to reduce it down, because one year I did it 8 minutes and I saw them lose interest.
Yeah, try to keep it like 5-6 minutes.
Yeah, 5 or 6
Very
minutes.
short. Zingers,
Yeah.
and some music, and some, you gotta have an energy.
So,
Yes, yeah.
So-
What events did we actually have before we kind of got shut down? We had.
The Black History one was great.
well,
We have a lot of photos of that.
yeah.
The Women of Distinction
And the
was all
women.
nice too. Both this one and the
We
last
did,
two.
Black history.
we had the Irish Scottish Festival.
the
Yeah,
fishing
where we had the
tournament,
kids, the young girls and the people and the mayor and I were dressed up in costumes. Not what.
Oh, I missed that.
Last year.
Previous, I'm saying, no, we couldn't.
Last year we had Colombian,
And a Scottish.
remember we had the
skirt,
Colombian
Neo.
festival? We had the Colombian,
That's right. And then
Colombian
for
one, we had-
Hispanic Heritage Month, we had a Colombian. They all were in here, and that was a great celebration.
right?
And so it was really, really exciting.
Committee has enough photos.
It was. very
Well,
dynamic.
Well, Elizabeth's gonna have all those pictures. Because they post them on the town website.
A
So
collage
she
of
can
all
help
of these
us
different activities.
put something together.
All right, what we'll do is start working on that and getting all that together so that by September the 7th, we'll have a PowerPoint presentation that will be very catchy, that will get them excited about what they're seeing. Because again, if you just do a PowerPoint presentation, slide come in and go in like that, it gets very boring.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Has to
And
have
because
music
we're
and
cultural affairs,
interactive.
we got all kinds of music.
Yeah, yeah,
to
yeah,
put to it
of
to make it work, so. Okay, is there any other, thank you so much for that. Is there any other comments, concerns, questions? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting. Thank you all for coming. The motion has been made. Suzanne has made the motion.
I'll second it.
Eli, thank you, Eli. Eli, thank you so much for coming and hope you are getting
Yeah, I'm
immersed in
getting
what
used to
we're
it.
trying to do,
Yeah.
what we do,
I was
okay?
gonna ask you, how many cows are located around the town, actually? Those sculptures?
I would say a minimum of 10.
Oh.
Yeah, because we got 2 on the west side of, I think that's Commerce Way, when you go out the back way. There's 2
Yes,
places over there. that
I've
have-
seen one there. I
Yeah,
don't know where
there's
the other
another
one
one
is. Okay,
there. And then you've got the fire station.
that's right.
and-
The
and-
Publix,
Publix,
the bank.
the bank, Bank United.
Our building, American Bank shares.
Sure.
There's the building.
So maybe 8.
Okay. Yeah.
And see, each person who's interested, or each company that's interested, they buy that
Uh-huh.
and then paint it, and then
Yeah, now we have the issue of maintaining it.
yeah, they immerse it in the ground so that it's because that was one of the big concerns, that people would vandalize it. But we've been very fortunate that people have not. So again, it is. It really represents.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's nice.
Because we had a,
Do it in New
it
York.
was so interesting when we first started. We had to get the Graham family involved because someone had painted the cows with udders. And some of them didn't. And some of them had horns or something like that. Well, that's not the cows that they have here.
Oh,
So we had to get with them, and they found out the kind of cows and that,
Is there one on Main Street?
yes,
Okay.
yes,
Yeah.
no, Main Street
In front of the bakery.
It's in front of the hotel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hotel.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
one there.
Now I remember.
So anyway,
Okay.
thank you all for coming.
Thank
Have a great
you.
evening. And again, if you have some photographs or something of an event that we've had, let's get them to
Willie?
Willie, we want to get them to you, or you want to send them to whoever, Elizabeth, whoever's involved. Thank you.
Great, take care. Good night, see you soon.
Listen, remember, Sunday, we need you over at the park, 6:30. At the Picnic Park West, bring your food, family, and let's get there and have a great evening. And we're gonna make sure we introduce everybody that night, so please be there. Thank you.
Aye.